People say the hardest part of a conference is waking up early for the morning session. But congratulations to all of you. You made it here before the coffee. So thank you for being such enthusiastic participants. Now allow me to start our program. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the UPI-UPSI International Conference 2025. It is truly wonderful to see all of you here, fresh, energized, and ready for a full day of learning, sharing, and collaboration. Before we begin, allow me to open our morning with a short pantun. Pergi ke Bandung hendak pesiar, ke Tanjung Malim membawa kurma. Ilmu ditabur, persahabatan terhampar. Dari UPI ke UPSI menguat bersama. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin today's program with blessing, allow me to invite all of us to begin with basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And now I would like to invite our student, Ricky Abu Brantas, to recite verses from the Holy Quran. Ricky, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wa idh ta'adzana rabbukum la in syakartum la azidannakum. Wa la in kafartum inna adzabi lasyadid. وقال موسى إن تكفروا أنتم ومن في الأرض جميعا وقال موسى إن تكفروا أنتم ومن في الأرض جميعا ومن في الأرض جميعا فإن الله لغني حميد فإن الله لغني حميد صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ricky, for the beautiful recitation. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite everyone to please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia Raya, followed by Negaraku. Thank you. Please be seated. Now it is my honor to invite Dr. Nandang Budiman, MSI, on behalf of the organizing committee to present the committee report. Dr. Nandang, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the Honorables Professor Dr. Dedi Sukyadi ME, Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the Honorables Professor Dr. Tri Indar Handini MPD, the Vice Rector of Human Resource and Information System of UPI, the Honorables Professor Faisal Ghaffar, PhD, the Vice Rector of Education and Academic, and the Honorables Professor Dr. Abdul Talib Muhammad Hasim, as Vice Dean of Faculty of Human Development of UPSI, and the Honorables, the Deans and Vice Dean from UPSI and UPI, and the directors of the campus UPI in Sumedang and Purwakarta, the Honorable all participants that's joined by loading in the Grand Tjokro Bandung and by joined in the Zoom meeting and UPI television channel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia in Bandung, West Java, and welcome to UPI-UPSI International Seminar and Conference 2025. We hope that all of you would like to enjoy this international seminar and so the project to enjoy the Bandung city with all its beauty and coolness. So today is a rainy season and maybe culinary delighted, and so shopping, please, in about round of Champlas and Pasar Bersu, and Paris Panjapa too. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, at this very good moment, the committee would like to express our gratitude to Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia UPI and Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Sultan Idris Malaysia UPSI, as well as all UPI and UPSI officials who sincerely supported this international seminar. And then we would like to express our gratitude to Professor Eero Propo, PhD from Tampere University, Finland, and Professor Marek Tesar, PhD from University Melbourne, Australia. They are willing to take the time to be our speaker in these our seminars. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been collaborating UPI and UPSI about 20 years, and this international conference number 10. So we would like to report that this conference was attended by 304 participants, 27 from UPSI delegation, 224 from UPI delegation, 30 from other universities in Indonesia, 28 abroad from Malaysia, Japan, China, and Nigeria. So 216 participants attended in a person at the Tjokro Hotel in Bandung, and 88 joined online by Zoom and UPI television channels. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kind attention and to join with this international seminar. We hope this seminar provide and give us enlightenment for transforming education in the digital era and to favor adaptive and competitive global citizen. Finally, we would like to express our appreciation and thanks to the committee of seminar, especially Dr. Salin and team. Thank you for holding one of the best our international conference. Thank you. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nandang, for the detailed report. Next, we are honored to hear from the leaders of our two institutions. First, I warmly invite Professor Dr. Didi Sukyadi, MA, Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, to deliver his welcome remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampurasun. Innal hamdalillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. La haula wala quwata illa billah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. La ilaha illallahul azimul halim, la ilaha illallahu rabbul arsyil karim, la ilaha illallahu rabbus samawati wal ardh wa rabbul arsyil azim, amma ba'du. The Honorable Professor Dr. Abdul Talib bin Mohammed Hashim, Dean of Faculty of Human Development, the Honorable Professor Dr. Narazilawati binti Abdullah, Deputy Dean for Academic and International, Faculty of Human Development, Professor Dr. Abdul Halim bin Masnan, Deputy Dean for Student and Alumni Affairs, Faculty of Human Development of UPSI, the Honorable Vice Rectors of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the Honorable Deans, the Honorable Director of UP Branch Campuses, the Honorable Vice Dean, the Honorable Chair of the departments, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to this very prestigious conference, especially the delegates of UPSI, our long partners in pursuing excellence in education, especially my regards, my warmest greeting to the Vice Chancellor of UPSI, even though he is not here with us, but our hearts are all here together. And thank you also to Professor Abdul Talib, who has represented the delegates of UPSI to come to this conference. This is the 10th conference, as has been mentioned by the Dean of Faculty of Education, Pak Nandang, but the collaboration is not 10 years, but it has lasted since 20 years ago. 20 years is not a short time. It is a long, long time, and I believe that we are very committed in maintaining the collaboration in such a way that until now we are still organize the conference, whatever the situation is, whether it is pandemic or not, we still did the conference. So again, thank you to the commitment of our partners of UPSI. Thank you, Pak. And secondly, I would like also to suggest, actually I have this kind of thought a few years ago that it is much better if we are able to extend our collaboration not only between UPSI and UPI, but we can also extend our collaboration to other universities, not only in Indonesia, but also in Malaysia or in other countries. Just now, Professor Talib mentioned the same idea we agree that Professor Talib can extend the collaboration to contact our colleague from Hong Kong Education University. So we have more partners. And in Indonesia, we have Association of University of Educations in Indonesia. We have 11 state university of education, including UPI. We can offer this kind of collaboration to our colleagues. So we have more and more partners. Even though we have other types of collaboration, regional collaboration, such as KPU and also ASTEN. We have also collaboration with AUNQA, and we have also collaboration at the level of professional organization. Let's say, for example, we have Asia TEFL for those dealing with English language teaching, and we have also more and more professional organization, whether at the level of national, regional, or international levels. So again, if we have more partners, I think we will have more impacts for our education. So I heard that from UPSI, there are 27 delegates coming to this conference. We do it here in Grand Tjokro Hotel, and some will join online. And I do hope that the conference will run smoothly, and all of us will have a good diet for our mind, and also a good networking for our well-being. And of course, I urge delegates from UPSI not only to spend the time here at this hotel, but please visit our university. Maybe you visited a few years ago our campus. You can see whether there are changes or not in our campus. And in addition to that, I do hope that Pak Talib will lead the delegates to explore this Cihamplas Street. We have many things to see, and also in Jalan Rio or Rio Street over there, Marta Dinta Street, and going whether to the northern part of Bandung, to Tangkuban Perahu Mountain, to Ciater, or to the southern part of Bandung. We have Kawah Putih, we have also hot spring water over there. So it is rainy seasons in Bandung. So if you swim in the hot spring water, it will make your body very fresh and very healthy, and will be stronger than before, Pak. So I hope you can, when you go home, you go back to Tanjung Malim, you will have more than one luggages. Yeah. So now if you bring only one, and then when going back, you will have 2 or 3. Yeah. So that's what we expect. Yeah. And I also expect to be able to visit Tanjung Malim again. I heard that Tanjung Malim has a second campus with the area as a kind of Grand Proton, with 700 hectares. And for us, it is a very large campus. Our campus, UPI, is less than 40 hectares, but we do expect to have other campuses in other places. We are planning to have the campus in Subang, the extension of our campus, but it is still in our effort, in our dream. And we try also to have other campus in Jatinangor, next to UNPAD, IPDN, and also other campuses over there. So for us, the campus area, which is too small for now, is still a problem. But for Tanjung Malim is not, and we know that the ranking of QS ranking of UPSI is progressing very well, and we do hope that we can also do the same. So again, thank you for the visit, thank you for the collaboration, thank you for the partnership, and thank you also for the friendship. It is a kind of long-lasting friendship among UPSI and UPI. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Didi, for your warm and thoughtful remarks. Next, I am pleased to invite Professor Dr. Abdul Talib Mohamed Hasim, the Dean of Faculty of Human Development, Universiti Pendidikan Sultan Idris, to deliver his welcome address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. And a very good morning, especially our honorable guest, our honorable host, Director of UP, Professor Dr. Didi Sukadi, honorable honors, our guest also, Dr. Nandang, our long history friends, especially from the Faculty of Education, Professor, Deputy Vice Chancellors, Rectors, the Deans of UP, and also the delegates for this conference. Let me start with what we call a pantun. Has been recited last night, but this one is much more different. Sinar mentari pagi berseri, menyapa dedaun yang kehijauan. Terima kasih UPI kami sanjungi, semoga diberkati sepanjang zaman. Our rector, thank you very much again for this long collaboration. Definitely, we are proud to be here again because today marks our historic moment as we officially join up the 10th conference between UPI-UPSI conference. Thank you once again. We hope that, as usual, we hope that this initiative represents a significant steps in fostering international collaboration, cultural exchange, and academic achievement. We understand that through these programs for more than 20 years, our staffs, academics, and students have the opportunity to immerse themselves in new learning area, especially in engaging and reshaping their academics experience and professional futures for UPSI and also UP. Thank you once again. We really appreciate the hospitality that has been given by UP for us, especially from the day that we landed yesterday, and up to last night. We have a very good dinner. Thanks once again, led by the Mantan Dean for Faculty of FIP, Prof. Dr. Rudy, and we will welcome with a beautiful dance, the Tarian Saman. We found that it's very aggressive, shows that nowadays the young generations seems like to have a very powerful hand the gestures to us, showing that we as educators now need to meet their abilities of being a new generation. We hope that the traditions in terms of the dance that have been shown last night, give us a new energy to do better in the future for the collaboration for our institution. We really appreciate that with all the welcoming gesture by our rector, Professor Dr. Didi, just now, saying that make sure that do enjoy the conference, right? I'm sure that some of our colleagues have been ready. They come here with small bags, but they are planning to go back home with 3 luggage that have been suggested by Prof. Especially the ladies, right? They have a very bear in mind all the orders have been coming in since we are talking. All the orders from our colleagues have been coming in since the time that we bought the flight. Our plan tomorrow is that our plan today is to give our have a very positive collaboration, Prof. Meaning that we would like to extend our collaboration. As you said just now, we appreciate that ideas. These ideas have been given by Prof. Rector just now, saying that we are going to extend the collaboration. Thank you very much again. Hopefully, we are going to do collaboration for the betterment for our both institution. Thank you very much again. I would like to extend our regards from our Knight Chancellor, or we call it you call it here Director, from Professor Dr. Muhammad Amin. He is now currently having an important meeting with the ministry to officiate another programs for the special needs community. Next, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to all those who have worked tireless to make this program a reality, especially Prof. Didi and also the Dean for Faculty of Education, Dr. Nandang, and especially thanks to our esteemed partners from others university also. We believe that this program will serve as a foundation for future partnership, paving the way for further student engagement, faculty collaboration, and joint research program, and academic initiatives. Our institution, Sultan Idris Education University, remains steadfast in its mission to foster an environment of learning, discovery, and growth. We are definitely committed to academic excellence, research innovation, and community engagement. We are excited about several upcoming initiatives have been mentioned, including expanding academic programs with other universities and also other faculties. In thriving community, academic community is built on collaboration and support. We recognize the importance of fostering a culture where students and faculty can learn, grow, and succeed together. To this end, we continue to invest in faculty development programs, student resources, and mentorships opportunities. Our goal with this kind of collaboration and OP is to create an environment where every student is empowered to reach their full potential, and every faculty member has the tools to inspire and lead effectively. As we move forward, after 20 years of good collaboration and relationship, I encourage each of us to stay committed to our goals, remain engaged, and continue strive for excellence. Our collective efforts shape the future of our institution, and it makes a difference every day. I urge all members and the community members that attending this conference to embrace curiosity, resilience, and so that the faculty to continue inspiring and mentoring, and staff to keep supporting our shared mission with passion and dedication. Once again, I want to extend my deepest appreciation to UP and UPSI. Your dedication and hard work what makes this institution a place of excellence, innovation, and opportunity. Let us move forward with optimism, embracing new challenges and opportunities with enthusiasm. Together, UPI and UPSI, we can achieve greatness. Thank you, and let's make this a remarkable year ahead. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Talib, for your inspiring words. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the presentation of token of appreciation to our distinguished leaders from the UPI and the UPSI. May I warmly invite the Dean of the Faculty of Educational Sciences, accompanied by the Chair of the Organizing Committee, to come forward. And we also kindly invite our honored leader, Pak Rektor from the UPI and Pak Dekan from the UPSI to step forward. Please join us at the front and let us welcome them with a warm round of applause. Yeah, in Bahasa Indonesia, we call it cindera mata. But in Bahasa Melayu or Malaysia, we call it cindera hati. We would now like to invite our vice rectors and invited guests to kindly join, come forward to the front for a group photo. Yes. Please come forward and let us capture this beautiful moment together as a symbol of our friendship and collaboration. The formal pose first, and then the pose that never forget, UPI melesat. And maybe another pose from the UPSI, UPSI. Okay, 2 fingers. Okay, thank you so much. And there's still another presentation of cindera mata and cindera hati. So there is a reciprocal presentation from UPI to UPSI and the vice versa from UPSI to the UPI. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause. Okay, thank you. Please have a seat. And we We also truly appreciate all of audience for your presence. So let's celebrate this occasion with a warm and memorable photos. Ibu Bapak mohon dapat berbalik. Hadirin dimohon untuk berdiri. Please all of audience to rise. We will celebrate this occasion with a memorable photo. Yang di pinggir boleh agak merapat. Silakan untuk bergabung ke tengah. Yeah. Let's capture this beautiful moment together as a symbol of our friendship and collaboration. Baik, silakan fotografer, mohon diberikan aba-aba. Okay, 1, 2, 3 for the formal pose first, and then please raise your hand as for the pose of UPI melesat with the right hand. Because if we use the left hand, it will be UPI meleset. And that's not good. I'm sorry, Pak Rektor. Okay, and the last pose maybe from UPSI, 2 fingers in front of your forehead. Okay. All right, once again, 1, 2, 3. Don't forget your smile. Okay, thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate the beauty of Indonesian culture and the unity of our nations, please enjoy an energetic performance, Rampak Gendang, by students of the Primary School Teacher Education Program. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rampak Gendang. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big warm round of applause for the amazing Rampak Gendang performance, one of the West Japa's proud traditional arts, beautifully presented by the talented students of the primary school teacher education program. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our first keynote session titled Strategic Leadership in Driving Inclusive and Future-Ready Education in the Digital Era. It is my honor to invite the speaker, Professor Dr. Didi Sukyadi, MA, Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Professor Didi, the stage is yours.
Bisa nyambung nggak ini? Bukan ini nyambung ini ke sana. Bisa. Nah, saya kan nggak bisa lihat kalau di situ nggak, di sini. Munculkan dulu di sininya. Buka dulu yang ini. Bisa masuk sini. We are fixing the technical problems. First of all, I would like to thank you again for coming to this very prestigious international conference organized jointly by UPSI and UPI. I cannot see it over there, so I'm waiting for the screen over here. So I will start when the screen here is ready. tuh yang sana ya. Yang,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be patient. Our theme in our conference is about digital era. So this is one of the challenging of the digital era. Jadi mohon bersabar hadirin, ini adalah ujian.
sudah bisa belum? Ini siapa lanjut nggak? Ini boleh dia aja. Bisa itu bisa. Nah. Siapa? Coba dulu. Enggak gini aja. Yang itu nanti oleh dulu itunya bisa di bisa. Untuk yang itu konten bisa. Iya, bisa enggak? I will start whether the technology is helping me or not. I have one in my laptop that the title of my presentation is Strategic Leadership in Driving Inclusive and Future-Ready Education in Digital Era. This topic is assigned by the organizing committee for me to present. Here we have the rapid technological and social changes, and also new opportunities versus widening inequalities, need for strategies leadership in education. Here we see rapid technological and social changes. For example, I was born when there was no electricity in my village, and then I experienced studying at night with the light from kerosene, and when I wake up, my nose was black, full of smoke from the kerosene lamp in my room. And then I also experienced using Petromax light when going to the rice field for looking for the eel from the rice field. that accompany the main certificate. So every graduate should have a certificate and also a statement that, for example, someone is an activist in student organization, someone has the skill in language, someone has the skill in IT, for example. And we have to navigate uncertainty. We do not know what will happen in the future. Some job disappear, but some opportunities will appear. We know that before m-banking appears in our smartphone, when we want to go to the bank to withdraw money, we have to go to the bank or to go to the ATM. ATM is Anjungan Tunai Mandiri in Bahasa Indonesia, but now the bank is in our hand. So some beautiful ladies in the frontliners of the bank now disappear. Yeah, because we do not need them anymore. Yeah. And we have also to take into account lifelong learning because we have technology, we have MOOC, we have like in Indonesia Ruang Guru, we have Indonesian Cyber Education Institute or ICE, and every university is now developing fully online learning mode, and so learning is not limited by the wall of a school or the wall of a university, but learning can take place and can happen everywhere. Even when we want to take a test, for example, we have Duolingo English test, we do it online from our place. And when we want to take what we call university exam test, we can do it from everywhere. Even TOEFL test, it can be designed that we can do it from wherever we are. And we have also to support the whole learners, not only the learners of the rich, not only the learners who can go to the school. We have to support all learners, including those who have problems like disabilities or like having problems in mental health or problems from bullying, for example. And bullying is a serious matter in Indonesia. Once I had a student in our department and she was bullied and got sick and died because of bullying. Yeah? And not only one, but maybe more. And some recent incident took place in a school in Jakarta with the explosion made by the students because he was bullied by his friends. And leadership at multiple levels. Leadership is not only at the level of high-level leaders like rectors or headmasters, but it also should take place at all levels, whether at the level of dean, vice deans, study programs, and also directorates in our case, but also to the individual faculty members or teaching staff. So number 4 is designing learning ecosystem, education as ecosystem, not an isolated institution. So as an ecosystem, we have also to take into account starting from the input. Our students come mostly from senior high school students, vocational high school, and we have to communicate very, very well with the senior high school leaders, senior high school students, and also to the parents, using whatever ways of communication that we can take. And we have also to see the opportunities that what the students will do after graduating from our university. It means that we have also to take into account the places or whether it is industry, whether it is schools, in which later our students will work. Yeah. So we have to collaborate with schools, we have to collaborate with industries, we have to collaborate with government institutions. And we recently have already contacted one company in Jakarta, United Tractors, where our alumni work, and we have also had a kind of collaboration with some bankings because UPI graduates work also in banking section. Pak Talib, maybe it will not surprise you that a graduate of English department work in a bank as the branch leader of the bank, and also from civics education, from history. Some works in not as becoming teachers, but as bankers and successful bankers. And leading with ethics, data, and human dignity in an AI-driven world. So we have to develop a clear ethical framework and practices. So for example, when we are using AI, for example, if we 100% believe in AI, we will miss or we will not be able to develop our critical thinking because all information is provided by AI, because the solution is also provided by AI. So if we write an article all using AI, we can be categorized as what we call plagiarists. Why? Because we do not think. The idea comes from AI, not from our mind. So this is the dangers of AI at that moment. So we have to create what we call a kind of regulation. We have to create a kind of enforcement of how AI can be used in our daily life. What we should remember is that AI, using AI is not a kind of something that we have to we cannot avoid, something that we can avoid, but it is something that what we call a compulsory. We cannot avoid technology, but we have to adapt and adjust to the technology. And ethical matter also include about how we use data. We have already got a law that regulate the protection of personal data, like our health data, our names, our address, our citizen number, for example, and those are included as what we call personal data that can not be passed without the consent from those having the data. So at the moment, if we want to share the cell number of our colleagues, we cannot do it without the permission from those having the number. So for example, I was asked by someone, my colleagues, to pass him the phone number of Pak Nandang, for example, and I directly pass his number to him, and then I will be considered as violating the protection, personal data protection law. Yeah. And we have also to see and to ensure the fairness and equity of AI use. So when we are using AI, we have to make sure that all students can use the tool. If we see, for example, that in our branch campus in Serang or in Tasik, our students cannot use AI, while in Bandung they can use it easily. This is not fair. So as leaders, we have to provide the same opportunities for all students. So even we have to give opportunities to use AI for those students with abilities. So we have some students with wheelchairs, and we have also some students with blind disabilities, and also with hearing problems, but we provide them the same opportunities to pursue their future in our university, and at the same time we provide them the same service, the same opportunities, and also the same facilities. And the last one is that keeping the human relationship at the center, because we are social being. Even though, for example, we have WhatsApp, we have other social media like Instagram, like X, or like Facebook, but when we do not communicate personally, our communication will be without personal touch, will be without human being touch. So we cannot communicate only at the level of social media or in cyber world, but we have also to communicate at physical and personal level, whether in our family, whether in our friends, in our classrooms. So we have to commit, we have to attend to the ethical use of social media in communication tool like smartphone in whatever place that we are, whether in the meeting like this, whether in the classroom, whether in other situation. Because when we are close but we do not talk with each other, meaning we do not have any communication, we do not have any social interaction. So here, when we come to the conclusion from all the 5 that we have already discussed, first we have to envision, and then align, and then empower, and then connect, include, learn, and model. We have to articulate something shared vision of education for the digital age that emphasizes human dignity, inclusion, and lifelong learning. Lifelong learning is a must. Lifelong learning is the age at the moment, because we will not be able to catch up the technological development without learning all over our life. And then we have to align to ensure that policies, including budget, curricula, and assessment system are aligned with that vision, rather than sending mixed signals to schools and also universities. So when we want to have a vision that, for example, in Indonesia, we have the vision of Indonesian golden era in 2045, then all resources, including human being resources, budget resources, and also other facilities that we have should be directed to the achievement of those goals. We have also to empower, then we have to invest deeply in the development of teachers, because even though we have AI, even though we have machine, even though we have programs, we can create robot, but those cannot replace teachers. And this is believed by all educators, all experts in the world. Even though AI is getting smarter and smarter, we cannot a substitute teacher, because even though AI will have a feeling, will have an emotion maybe in the future, but it will be different from human being. We have, I read a news from Daily Mail that two young students around junior high school age in the US and one in other place, they got suicide because they communicated not with human being but with AI. They did a kind of chatting or did a kind of talk, a kind of chat with character AI. And the AI character drove them to shift to go from the real present reality to virtual reality. So the AI encouraged the students to live the present reality, the reality with the parents, even though the parents loved them, even though there was no bullying in the classroom, but the AI drive the students to go to a reality which is different from the present reality, and it means they had to commit suicide using one using the bullet and then one using another tool. So that's the dangers of AI in our life. And the next one, we have to connect, we have to build partnership across institution, sectors, and borders to form a vibrant learning ecosystem. So collaboration is a must. It is number 17 in Sustainable Development Goals. So when we do everything, we are suggested to collaborate, because when we, someone say, when we want to go faster, we have to go alone. When we want to go longer, we have to go together. Because when we work together, we will be stronger than when we do it alone. So we realize the 17 principles of SDGs. Now we pursue excellence in higher education. We collaborate between UPSI and UPI. We have also to collaborate with industries. We have to collaborate with schools. We have to collaborate with government officials. And we, UPI, have already collaborated with Migrant Center from the Ministry of Migrant Protection. And we are providing information and also trainings for our graduates and for school graduates who want to work abroad, whether mainly in Japan, South Korea, and also other countries. We have to the next one is include, place the most general learners, the most vulnerable learners at the center of planning to ensure equitable access. So here we have to make the those in needs in our main consideration when we want to make a decision. So it is not a kind of top up or additional, but it should become our main attention. So when we want to build a building, for example, we have to remember whether those with disabilities will be able to access the building or not. When we want to, for example, regulate the faculty staff, we have to remember whether the regulation will affect those in needs or not, those with disabilities or not. So in disabilities is not a matter of physical disabilities or emotional disabilities, but it also includes like financial obstacles, emotional obstacles, and also access obstacles. And a model use the data. We have to learn use the data and evidence, not to punish, but to empower. When we use data, do not use the data to exclude someone or to punish someone or an institution or a unit, but to empower them. And the model lead by example. Before we ask someone to do something, we have to do it first. I attended a higher education summit yesterday in Surabaya, and one of the speakers said that for leadership in university, in academia, the leader should be a role model. So it is suggested that the leader should be not only good as a leader, like political leader, but also academic leader. So a rector should have what we call better H index, for example. Even though my H index is not quite good, but yeah, more than the minimum that we have here in Indonesian context. So we have also to look at regional and global solidarity. We have to share our research and best practices with our colleagues. So that's why we have, as I have mentioned before, we have here the collaboration between UPI and UPSI. We have KPU, we have AUNQA, we have ASTEN, we have also collaboration at the level of international or regional level. We have also RELC, and we have also Southeast Asia in TFET, for example. And every professional organization has its own structure of the organization and also a kind of collaboration with other countries. And we have also to co-develop curriculum. It is suggested that we do what we call a curriculum match, curriculum benchmarking, and we have collaborated with some universities in Uzbekistan. And before the implementation of the collaboration, we did what we call curriculum matching, and we agreed with the curriculum, and because we will provide double certificate or double degree. So when the participants graduated, they will be presented the degree from UPI and the degree from their university. And we have also to support each other in policy reforms and institutional transformation. We have to learn from each other, even from somebody's mistake. So because we learn not only from someone's success, but also someone's mistakes. So we have also experienced some mistakes in our university, and we have to avoid the same experience when we want to succeed in the future. Our failures can take place in some types, in some forms, whether it is in decision making, whether it is in the rule implementation. So, for example, our remuneration system in our UPI at the moment tended to put the emphasis on the teaching. So every faculty staff tried to do more teaching rather than research. So if they want to increase their income, they will increase the number of the classroom they will teach. And we realize that it is a mistake. So now we are trying to move forward that when our faculty staff want to increase their income, they will do research. they will do the publication, and they will do a kind of international collaboration or supervising and guiding the students, not only in academic matters, but also in, for example, the effort of the students to get a kind of recognition or a kind of what we call achievement, not in academic, but for example in sport, in technology competition, or in a leadership competition, for example. So here, in the conclusion, we have to think boldly. Do not be afraid to reimagine education. And the biggest risk we face is not that we change too much, but that we change too little and too slowly. It happens in our case. Sometimes we think that we are running, but in reality, our competitors are not running, but they are flying. When we think that we go one step, our competitors will go maybe 2, 3, or more steps. So what we have to do is we have to change very, very significantly, and we have to do everything in a quick and a rapid way. And we act intentionally for inclusion. We make that inclusion is not a burden, inclusion is a responsibility. And we lead together. Leadership for a future-ready education cannot be carried by one person or one institution. It is a collective endeavor, and let us commit to walking this path together across discipline, across sectors, and across borders. So that's why the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Professor Brian, yesterday reminded us that the duty of a leader is not only staying at the campus, looking after only the students and also the faculty members, but we have to reach out to see the industries, to meet the people, to see and to ask what the problems they face, and to ask himself or herself what university can do to solve the problems. Through that way of communication, we are going to innovate not only the university, but also innovate the people, because we are a problem solver, not a troublemaker. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you, and I'm sorry for the technical problems, and thank you also for any attention that you have. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Thank you, Professor Didi, for the insightful presentation. Yes, Profesor Didi memakai rompi. Mantap sekali Pak Rektor UPI. And now we will continue with our second keynote session titled Social Inclusion and Intercultural Competence in a Globalized Society, delivered by Professor Dr. Abdul Talib Mohamed Hashim, the Dean of Faculty of Human Development from Universiti Pendidikan Sultan Idris. Professor Talib, please.
Tes. Move forward. Right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Uh, Honorable Professor selaku the Director for OP, thank you very much for excellent keynote information about the society. Right. So for me from UPSI, I'm glad to present about the social inclusion and intercultural competence in a globalized society. Ladies and gentlemen, as been mentioned by Pak Rector just now, saying that there are quite a big challenge among the societies, especially the educators. For my speech, for my keynote today, I would like to present these 4 areas. The first one is about define core concepts, and the second one is integrated frameworks. The third one is address challenges, and the showcase about relationships. Right. So next, please. Right. These are the global context that we mentioned about just now. Right. We are talking about the changing of the society. Currently, as we mentioned, we understand that brief information about the society is just now that our rector have been experienced about the kind of electricities, dealing with the technologies. Our generations is like that. We're facing a lot of new improvements in terms of technologies, but the things that we realize as educators, right? Those technologies at the same time also reform the society itself. Last time we understand that a lot of research has been doing, saying that there are quite a static society. For example, we learn about a primitive society, feudal society, but nowadays, because of the changes in the what you call technologies and all that, our society is not now is not become what you call a stagnant society. Now our society become a global society, meaning that in terms of teaching approach, we need to do some differences in our teaching and learning. Traditional learning, for example, last time is just about we learn our own contextual numbers of students, for example, who lives around us. But now, because there are reform in terms of the digital technology, everything, the primitive society, the traditional society, as we learned now that last time, is that they are now open to the globalized society. So now their thinking is not localized thinking. Now their thinking is about follow the trend that have been changed in the world through the technology itself. For example, when we were taught during our, for my generation, and of course, Prof. Rector generation, right? We learn, we obey whatever they said by the teachers. But now, because of the new change, the approach of teaching and learning, the digitalization, where the students were exposed not only the knowledge by the teachers, but others from others. So the way the society now built up is not based on the traditional society that last time we said whatever they said, but we need to follow whatever the teachers say. But now, because it's changing and the technology is everything, we as a teacher couldn't predict what type of society is built in our classroom. So that's why part of a keynote that I'm going to see today is about social inclusion and intercultural competence in global society. Next, please. Oh, it's not the same as this one. All right, okay, thank you very much. Right. What is social inclusion? Right? these are the four broad ideas about social inclusion, right? Now let's think about the society that the students or the children or the mahasiswa that we taught in our classroom, right? It's not a traditional society. Now, as I said just now, we need to focusing on social inclusion. The first one is that the equal access to ensure the quality of education regardless of background or circumstances. This is the first thing that we need to encourage the social access, equal access to the whole classroom or the whole nation or the whole society they create, right? Traditionally, the first time when I teach in a school, they only use the idea that I promote within the classroom, right? So I have the power to control the whole classroom, right? Meaning that in terms of their disciplines, in terms of their attitude, were built around my own understanding. But now it is different, right? As we see the globe, the society was be open to the whole nation because of globalization. That is the idea in 1990s. Now the idea of TikToking, what do you call IMAX, X everything, right? So the way of we as educators now change. We have to change along with the idea, with the globalization, technology, everything, right? The second one is that we need to remove barriers, address structural obstacles for marginalized groups, including ethnic minorities, low-income families, PWD, and refugee. What's the meaning of PWD? People with disabilities. These are the new ideas that come up within our society. Last time we talked about PWDs. It's just like they were like someone who would disrespected. It was a takdir. But now this kind of society need to be addressed also in our classroom or in our education, right? So again, the opening of our we should think that we are not alone in our society. There are quite a number of structures of society, right? As I said just now, we need to break up all the barriers. Last time it is difficult because we need to have certain tools for certain kind of student. But nowadays, because of technologies, it's easier for us because we could refer everything maybe through the technologies or internet or everything, right? I really appreciate that Prof have mentioned just now about using the Netscape, right? It was a very, what they call, old-fashioned ways, and we have a very unique sound of it. We need to wait the internet to be connected with the internet. We could hear the, what you call, specific sound. Wait for another 5 seconds. Sometimes we need to wait for another 5 minutes to use the Netscape, right? We understand that just now. Prof mentioned about how you need to become more specific to using the computer. Control, shift, everything, right? But now that was word *7, right? And also some other tools, for example, the Lotus. Lotus is also. Those are the things that were, booming during that time. But now all of them was, gone because of another technology coming in, right? So, good to hear that, right? The third ideas about social inclusion is that we need to understand, give a very active participation to the whole society, right? Because there will be no more Netscape I'm sure most of you didn't know what's the meaning, how to use your Netscape. You understand about Google, right? But last time we used Netscape, right? That is the first exploring ideas that we had during that time, right? Nowadays, because of rapid changing in society, again, I would like to say that last time the student need to think about, we give them more than 10 minutes or 30 minutes to discuss, right? The current society created at this age is that a split-second society. For example, that's why you really hang up or get in touch with the TikTokers, because your mind now, the current society, the current generation now, they are very, what you call, like to have a kiss. Do you know what's the meaning of kiss? Keep it short and simple, within 5 seconds. Otherwise, you will not scroll it. You will not stuck with that ideas. So, as a society, as educators, we need to active participation and promote engagement in academic and social spaces. This kind of ideas is very important, right? Currently, we as an educator, we don't understand what kind of society we have built, right? So, please make sure that the idea of social need to be part of their teaching and learning, right? Not only active in to have a special skills, special competence or another, but we need to make sure that they also have the intercultural competence as part of their competence or skills that they need, right? Right. So, put it in easy words, not only focusing on skills, but also need to have some values, ethics, and social competence in that, right? Okay, next. The last one, what is social inclusion, is that to create environment that reduce education inequality and build community. Do not become what you call an exclusive, meaning that you do it for your own self, right? Yeah. Need to focusing on others people also. So this kind of openness need to have in the society. Next slide, please. Right. Another important skills is not about technology skills, but also part of become a human, which researchers, scholars call it the intercultural competence. Because of our generation now that we thought is a very fast, keep it short society, KIS, keep it short society, right? Okay, as in Malay or in English, society, right? Okay, right. We need to encourage them to be intercultural competence. Again, there are two explosive society nowadays. Globalized society, and also another one is the traditional society, meaning that closed society. For example, those are within the urban areas. But with the help of technology, they become not urban, not rural, they can become the global society also, right? So, for current society, now we need to have the intercultural competence. What other things is that? The first thing is that respectful interaction, the ability to engage effectively with diverse cultures and perspectives. We are not, because of the globalization and because the effect of the technology, as I said just now, the rural society also can become the global society. So what are another important skills that you need? Is the intercultural competence, how to work together, how to deal with outsiders. Or next, we need to become a cultural sensitivity, understanding differences in language, customs, norms, and values. In order to become globalized society, right? This kind of skills need to empower among the students, right? Understanding differences in language, customs, norms, and values. We do not only learn our language, but try to learn others also, right? So that's why, because nowadays we are teaching the different generation, right? Okay. Next, the essential skills require empathy, open-mindedness, and flexibility in diverse contexts. This kind of skill is not only learn the ideas of traditional skill. For example, we are not going to train our teachers or our students to become better than us, right? That is the traditional way. If your mother or father are fisherman, we just like to teach them to become a good fisherman. That is not the idea anymore. They were exposed to other kind of skills and new life and venture new ideas. So think of essential skills that need to be in the global world, right? Okay. Right. Okay. Next, the last one, we need to encourage our students to have a skill to create a global impact. This one is encouraged by our government to become not only a good citizen, but also to contribute, a citizen who can contribute to our nation and the society, right? So please, the crucial for collaboration, conflict resolution, and leadership also worldwide need to be encouraged within their ideas. Next, please. Ladies and gentlemen, that is important. That's why UNESCO also promoting the Education 2030, right? One of the ideas has been mentioned by Prof. Rector is that we do not be afraid to reimagine education, Prof, right? We do not afraid to reimagine education. The idea behind this is that these are steps that global citizen education is promoted by UNESCO, right? Under the Education Blueprint 2030, right? Right? So, in order to inline and become globalized society, not only our nation, not only Malaysia, not only Indonesia, but the whole world is become global society. It was printed or dictated by UNESCO. So the future of a society is based on what has been mentioned by UNESCO. In that idea, under this kind of idea, so UNESCO identified 3 core learning domains for developing global citizen. The first one is the cognitive domain. It was listed down here: knowledge about global issues, peace, sustainability, human rights, understanding global diversity, and global independence. The next one is social emotion domain. Another thing, this one is very focusing on empathy, solidarity, respect for diversity, sense of shape, humanity, and connection. And the last one is behavioral domain, talking responsibility action, locally and globally, participating in civic and intercultural sensitivities. This idea is now seems like much more important because some another what you call behavior that created under globalization or global context is ignorance and ignorance. For example, we have seen quite a numbers of wars, ethnic cleansing around the world, especially at the end of these centuries, right? So the UNESCO understand that there were because of the globalization, our society become individual society, right? Right. Okay. Next slide. Right, okay. So again, this is another the continuity between the UNESCO 2030. Next. So what we are going to do for the next 21st century competency, again, we need to have a cross-cultural collaboration, ethnic leadership, lifelong learning, and critical creative thinking. These are ideas, again, you can read more, get another information from what has been documented under UNESCO. Next. Right. In our in regional at our ASEAN, for example, we are also promoting the ideas of people-centered region, building society responsibility community across ASEAN. And also, we need to reduce disparities, which is addressing socio-economic and educational gaps between member states, and also protecting vulnerable groups and strengthen cohesion. These are the socio-cultural community goals under our regional collaboration. Next, please. Right, okay. So as you can see that now, right, our collaboration is also in line with the ideas that have been mentioned by the UNESCO, right? So again, the signal sent us to our educators, meaning that education is not about traditional teaching, it's about how to create a global world, a global citizen who are full of empathies and full of another element which is important in Islam, which is adab and etika. Right. Next. Yep. So this is another initiative also among ASEAN. You can go through those documents showing that we need to be in line with UNESCO and ASEAN. Again, next. Right, so I go through some information about Malaysian policy also. Again, the ideas of moral and ethic education in a globalized classroom is also implemented in Malaysia. So the globalization brings together the diverse beliefs, systems, ethic norms and social expectation, making moral and ethical education indispensable. Malaysian framework highlights ethics, empathy, and responsibility as vital competence for global citizen. Right, next. Okay. In Malaysia, right, we are promoting the 21st century skill forces, right, in line with the ideas of social inclusion and also in cultural competency. The four ideas which is creative, see, the first one is communication, collaboration, and creative thinking. And there is another identified society, we call it digital citizenship, right? As a sociologist, we understand there are feudal society, the social structures have been changed nowadays. There will become another, we call it digital citizenship. Because you can become what kind of a citizen that you want to be, right? Okay, so it is like a cyber safety and online ethic, and also digital literacy and information verification. As been mentioned by Prof just now, right, we need to go and analyze the data and make sure that data is full of adab and ethic in that, right? Okay, next. Right, so for next, this is the for Higher Education Ministry of Malaysia. Please go to the next slide, please. Right, for us as UPSI, we would like to have, we would like to collaborate also with UPI in this kind of areas, education, social inclusion, and also intercultural competence. It should be another area that we could explore. We are, both of us, we are leading education in university, and as I understand that, UPI have put the word de-education university. It's just like a golf program. the open. Everybody have an open tournament, golf, but the only open that we recognize as the highest ranking open is the open. Right, okay, so like UPI, UPI, we would like to collaborate in this area, especially in to promote the ideas of intercultural competence because because of the changing world and the changing society. Next. Of course, we are now currently promoting special education program, which is comprehensive support for OKU, including hearing, visual, and learning disabilities. Last time we just focusing on one types of disabilities, but now because of a new ideas in technologies in teaching and so on, there are more types of inclusivity need to be addressed, right? So another thing is that we would like to work together with UP in the research excellence. For example, learning research in accessive technology and inclusive pedagogy and accessibility, right? So these are the things that need to be explored more in the future, right? So in relation with the intercultural competence also, we would like to work together with UP again later on in the community outreach, supporting marginalized and rural learners through targeted programs. Nah, and also for the training, of course, we have been quite a lot of collaboration before, right? We would like to extend that kind of collaboration. Hopefully that will mark the much more globalized programs that we involve more society, not only the traditional society. Next, UPSI and intercultural program also, right? Currently, the whole things about our program, the whole things about communication, the whole things about conference is also part of to encourage, to improve the skill for intercultural competence among our members, conference members, and also our society. Next, finally, yeah, it's now about 10:30 now, because we need to understand within our classroom, sometimes when the student is looking at their watch or looking at their what they call phone, we are now understand it is time to stop. Right, okay. So I've been teaching since 1991, so next year will be my last year as a lecturer. It was like a force to be retired at the age of 60 from nation. Yeah, right. So since 1991, I understand the reaction, the behavior of the student in the classroom. For example, another thing is that if they look at their watch, or looking at their laptop or something like that, showing that you need to stop. Okay. All right, okay. So finally, I would like to say that the critical role of social inclusion and intercultural competence in shaping resilience, empathic, and global responsibility learners. Under the UNESCO, Asian, and our collaboration with UP are all encouraged on a sharp vision, which is build education system that are inclusive, innovative, cultural aware, and future ready. Last but not least, Madam Pengacara Majlis, of course the pantun. Okay, bubur selasih, ubi keladi, lemak manis santan kelapa. Terima kasih jasa dan budi, selalu tersemat tiada lupa. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. And thank you so much, Professor Talib, for the valuable and inspiring insight. Short pantun for Professor Talib. Profesor Talib makan durian. Sungguh keren pidato Pak Dekan. So ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short coffee break. And our coffee break area is located just outside the ballroom. So please enjoy your coffee because behind every successful conference is a very well caffeinated participants. We will resume at 10:45 for the panel session. So please enjoy your break. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite everyone to return to the ballroom and prepare for the next session, which is our panel session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving into one of the most exciting parts of today's program, our panel session, featuring two amazing speakers joining us from the very different corners of the world, from Finland, where the education system is legendary and where winter lasts longer than most research deadlines. We have Professor Ero Tapaniropo, and from Australia, the land of sunshines, kangaroos, and world-class universities, we have Professor Marek Tesar. These two brilliant minds will not be navigating the discussion alone. They will be guided by our wonderful moderator, Dr. Rita Anggorowati, MPD, a lecturer and also Chief of Advanced Learning Hub at School of Postgraduate Studies, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. So without further ado, Dr. Rita, the stage is yours. Please take us on an inspiring journey through today's topic.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I believe that I'm not getting familiarization with this mic. Okay. Okay, so good morning everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and respected colleagues, allow me to respectfully acknowledge the presence of the Dean of the School of Faculty of Education, UPI, Vice Deans, Directors, Professor, and academic leaders of UPI and UPSI, and then our keynote speakers, panelists, and invited scholars. So, good morning. Is it morning or afternoon, Professor Ropo, there in Finlandia?
Selamat pagi. It is early morning. 6
Okay,
o'clock.
so good, very early morning. Hopefully you can hear my voice well. So,
Yeah, I can hear you.
good day to you, Professor Marek. How are you?
Hello, Salamat siang. I'm very well, thank you. Great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Okay, selamat siang, Professor Marek. Thank you for being with us today. So it is with great gratitude and highest appreciation that this morning we have these two wonderful speakers coming from all the way, live from Zoom. And then this panel session is actually going to be hosted by me. So I got the message coming from the committee that actually Professor Marek Tesar is going to be the first panel for today's session. So he will be talking more about cultivating entrepreneurial and digital mindset for sustainable global citizenship. Okay, so Professor Marek Tesar is the Dean of Education, University of Melbourne. It is my privilege to introduce you to all of the audience here. So we have more than 200 participants here with us, and then 67 of us joining from Zoom. So Professor Marek Tesar is the newly appointed Dean of Education this year at the University of Melbourne, one of the world's most respected institutions in the field of education. Professor Tesar is internationally known by his expertise in global childhood studies, critical and post-qualitative methodologies, early childhood education, educational philosophy, international governance and sustainability, and his work has influenced educational throughout globally, including in Europe, Australia, the Pacific, and Asia. Without further ado, Professor Marek, you have 30 minutes to present, and then probably will be followed by question and answer. So, Professor Ropo, I hope you don't mind to wait. Please, Professor Marek.
Thank you so much, and terima kasih for this wonderful and very kind introduction. I will just share my screen if I may. Thank you so much for this wonderful introduction. And one thing that I wanted to say was that for me it's a little bit of an homecoming, because UPI is very much my second home. So it's very lovely to be part of a seminar that's or a program that's sort of co-organized by UPI. I will be what I will be talking about today is And I took the challenge of thinking about cultivating sustainable global citizenship. But at the same time, the way I want to really look at it through perspective of my scholarship, I do believe in an evidence and I do believe in a knowledge and the grounding that I carry. So I want to talk about how it's sort of seen through the key issues, emerging trends, and future opportunities in early years in Asia Pacific. I am very happy to stay in touch with colleagues and who find my talk interesting. And so there's my code to connect with me via WhatsApp. And yes, I am connecting to you from beautiful Melbourne. It is indeed a country, Australia is a country of kangaroos and koalas, but it's also a country of really strong education system, and hopefully some of my key remarks will come across, and I'm looking forward to future discussion. I prepared only 9 slides. I thought I'm not going to be doing what's called a death by PowerPoint, and rather present some of the key issues and maybe open up for Q&A, also given that we have a second speaker, a distinguished professor from Finland, but at the same time, also the time is often limited, so I will get on with it. What I will talk about is some of the major global and regional forces and how they shape the idea of childhoods. I will try to really think about key issues that confront early childhood education today, and or the idea of childhood or growing up in our systems. I will try to highlight some of the emerging trends and what I call a hopeful practices. I really think we need to be hopeful when it comes to education. And as well as I really want to look at the future and what the co-design or co-creation may look like towards more of that hopeful, future-focused ideas, such as those that are grounded in equity, sustainability, and especially local knowledges. And I will return to all those concepts and to those ideas to further unpack them and really talk about them. So my key argument is really based upon the notion that the globalization and policy convergence has really created very particular landscape in Asia Pacific. And when we talk about globalization and policy convergence, we talk about that we cannot, and I know for some colleagues it may be like, why are we even talking about it? But it's so important to note that Indonesia, as well as Singapore, as well as Thailand, and as well as Australia for that matter, or New Zealand, that means our homelands, our Asia Pacific landscape, is really at the forefront of both colonization and both at the time of where we try to talk about the settler colonialism. But at the same time, it's a sort of space which is being utilized as a really breathing space for global practices and policy experiments and globalization. And it's really impacting both the education system, but also the opportunity for children to be growing up in particular landscape. And I guess my argument is here, the way we sort of been discussing it most recently was that in some point, when you go to Jakarta, when you go in Bandung somewhere, or if you go in Sydney or Melbourne or in Bangkok or Singapore, and you enter particular locations, it's actually disappearance of certain local knowledges and local things, and everything is trying to subscribe to a particular standard or to a particular view. There is not actually that much difference when we look on the surface to things. Similarly, the way we teach and educating children and the way our teacher education programs in our university look like, they are more or less very similar. They are very recognizable patterns. Every teacher education degree will have conversations around theory, and they will have conversations about pedagogy. It will have conversations around curriculum. It will have a practicum or some kind of practice-based components. In other words, things are fairly familiar as we look around the region. Similarly, things are very similar when we look at the digital turn. The digital turn that has occurred and that has happened is really deeply impacting upon our existence and where we are. And when I say digital turn, I mean literally turn towards the not necessarily AI. AI is sort of specific category, but I don't want to talk about AI very much. But I would say just everybody here who is at a conference at the moment would have a laptop or a screen, iPad or mobile phone, and they would be using screens and digital technology. We are here, unheard of 20 years ago, connecting to you via Zoom. So all of that kind of digital turn is really impacting upon which we interact and the way we actually understand and the way our children are growing up. We have a climate change that's happening, and I'm purposely talking about climate change because climate change is potentially some of the things that we know that is important, but it's our grandchildren that will tell us how important it was and how right or wrong we got that. And that's something really important as we're thinking about the global and local forces. Because as a humanity and in education, we do play a long game, not a short game. It is not about the outcomes at the end of the week. This is about, are we leaving our education system? Are we educating children right now? That means we focus on children as a being of a now, but also beings that's gonna be are the future leaders of this place, and their children, our future ancestors, will be responsible inheriting this place and this planet. So we need to think about beyond now, and that's one of the biggest challenges and global and local forces that exist. Mobility. The idea how we move around the place is very much impacting upon only dissemination of practices, collaboration, but also obviously on climate. But it also means that there's a lot of disconnection and reconnection that happens for children. ED generation, every 5 years when there's a mobility study, it's very clear that young children are moving more and more around. They have more and more experiences, more and more diverse experiences, and need to adjust and be very flexible and resilient when it comes to these places. So mobility is one of the key issues of global and local forces. And why there is a mobility? Well, it's a geopolitical and economic pressures that exist. We know in Indonesia, people are moving, for example, from island to island, from province to province, from smaller places to bigger cities. Worldwide, there is a movement because of the various either economical or political or sometimes war zones, crises. And all these things are really impacting upon the idea of childhood. So all these global and local forces, the reason why I'm talking about it is because this is so important to speak about, because this is the landscape within which our children are growing up and within which we are creating the future of now. I love this kind of comment from early year educators in Samoa, Pacific nation state, very small one, but about 3-hour flight from New Zealand, which says you can't measure a child's story with a developmental checklist. And for me, this sort of says it all. The way we sort of set up those global standards, the way we sort of think about child development of a child's story, the way we sort of trying to think what's the right way, how to develop, how to be successful in life, that we would be utilizing particular standardized developmental checklists to measure it and to do it. There is a space for everything, for developmentalism, for checklists, but also for children's individual stories and narratives that go through it. And the argument is that there exist equity gaps in access, quality, and resources as we go through, not necessarily comparing the countries together, where we need to look is comparing the regions together. And I think Indonesia is, based upon my experience, I haven't been to Indonesia for a year, but used to go there quite often and spend a lot of time there. And I think one thing that I've learned was the equity gaps in access, quality, and resources really differ between provinces, but also between the rural and urban areas. But the differences within the country of Indonesia are far bigger than differences between countries and Indonesia as opposed to another country. The differences within are just so important and so mind-blowing that it creates real tensions between the global agendas that I discussed before and the local practices. Similarly, what that quote reminds us of, that kind of idea of standardization versus contextual relevance. We cannot see any kind of argument without understanding the context. We cannot take child out of the context, out of the family, out of the local environment and where it is. Because of those colonial legacies and the marginalization, what I would call indigenous knowledges, but I can just call them a really local knowledges, the idea of how to widen participation and participation in a way of quality, not only quantity, is really important. But at the same time, we are talking about the kind of end game here, but what we keep on forgetting is that we need actually workforce. That means teachers, administrators, educators, that are really some of the key factors in development and in doing that. And for that, we need a extremely strong teacher education and university sector and the organization like SIMI or CHECHEB or others to really be forcing our way forward in a way how we not only focusing on supporting parents and children, but working with the teachers and the future of the workforce. It needs to work on both ends. And all of it is happening in the area where the over-surveillance and datafications of young children and education seems to be two answers that government or organization have to any kind of problems that appear. So over-surveillance of classrooms, over-surveillance of teachers, massive requirements for reporting back, and at the same time creating the massive data sets that's supposed to tell us how the child is. And I would just point out again to that quote at the top, you can't measure a child's story with the developmental checklist. And I cannot imagine how important it is to focus on that. The policy disconnects between early learnings and community well-being is absolutely massive. The policy needs to tell us, how do we connect that early learning experiences and how does it link to the overall community well-being? That is just absolutely critical in order to get what I would call a healthy village, healthy city, healthy education system. And that's some of the real outcome, the human flourishing that we're really struggling to achieve at the moment in the world. It's something that can be only done if we disrupt this policy disconnect. I'm going to move on to next slide. So how do we really reimagine within this landscape early childhood? What are some of those trends and innovations that we can learn in this Asia-Pacific region? Well, first and foremost, it's a play-based and inquiry-led pedagogies that are really gaining renewed emphasis. They've always been around, for centuries, but they have a different traction. Science of learning, science of reading, all of those things are sort of taken over the attention, focus on numeracy, literacy. That's all great. And I'm not arguing against it. I think it's really important. But the play-based approach to it is something that can be really introduced. And these different pedagogical approaches can really challenge the way how to reimagine future early childhood education. Being culturally responsive and having the right approaches that are really based in our local understanding. I never forget doing a work in Kenya, how children living on safari with elephants and rhinos would be learning from old English books about farm animals. That disconnect between the reality and a textbook. How can we not approach or learning about Christmas and snow when they are in the middle of the summer? This is the idea is that cultural responsive approach doesn't mean that we are only fully based in the local culture. We're taking into account the international learning and approaches, but at the same time, we understand that we learn the best when we are closest to the knowledge, when that gap that we need to bridge is the smallest. Eco-pedagogies and outdoor learning. We keep on forgetting how important it is to really understand that learning doesn't only happen in the classroom. There are various environments where it can happen, and we got great examples around the world, especially, and that which can be implemented, especially in non-urban areas. For example, Indonesia, Bushkindi, place-based learning. The policy shifts again that link early learning to sustainability and community well-being are really important. We have our United Nations goals. We have the SDGs. We all talk about them, but how do we really implement them in the education? How do we make the authentic turn so it works? It is partially through innovative teacher education. And I'm looking at colleagues from university here because centering reflection, ethics, and learning over repetition, over knowledge is sometimes very important. I'm not saying we shouldn't be learning knowledge. What I'm saying is we do need different approach to achieve that. Relational approaches over standardized outcomes. It doesn't mean standardized outcomes are not important. We need to know them and remember them. But being relational is so much important. Building good partnership and relation is not the only thing that matters. But at the same time, reflecting and working together is how we often learn and how the practice would look like. Similarly, leadership from the margins. We so focus on selecting and thinking of the right leader in education, looking up front, the front of the at the desk where there is a teacher or a principal or a university dean for that matter, or a professor who stands there. But what about all those families and those educators and the communities that really drive the change? The way we can lead can be from a side, it can be from behind, it can be from the margins. It doesn't have to be up front. Different leadership style can really be a change maker in this kind of space. Similarly, I would say we need to build inclusive and adaptable systems grounded in a context. We cannot simply rely on the old systems. Children's rights, children's voices, and lived realities is something that I've been for 20 years advocating for. These are some of the key things that are embedded within the United Nations Convention on the Rights of a Child. But also, often they are the things that are embedded with our local guidance and policies. My challenge is, how are they translated into everyday practices? Are they embedding the ecological, cultural, and ethical responsibilities? Do we really invest and value the early years workforce? Do we really care about our teachers? How do we support the local leadership and indigenous-led practices? That's something that is so important as we especially as we look at our country holistically, whether it's Indonesia, whether it's Singapore, whether it's Australia, whether New Zealand. Are we reimagining the accountability through trust, not through surveillance? Some of the only way how we can lead change, the only way how we can move forward in this space is by building trust and not a surveillance. The culture that we create, the culture of collaboration, the culture of trust, will enable any kind of meaningful change. The culture of surveillance will create fear and often compliance without quality. So I suggest we act with urgency, but with care and not with haste. And that for me is really important. So we need to value, I have only 3 more slides, we need to value local and indigenous knowledges. And I said that early childhood and the childhood and any kind of education for that matter is really embedded in a local land, local language, and a very clear lineage. We are here learning this, the curriculum, the lesson plans, they look like this because of where we came from. The local pedagogies as knowledge systems need to exist, not just as an alternative, but they need to be the knowledge system that we use. Weaving, storytelling, sea and land-based literacies. So just some examples that various communities can literally use to enhance the future learning for children. Community-led learning as both resistance and a renewal. That's something so powerful and so important. But of course, we want to equip our children with knowledge. But how we do it, what pedagogies we use, that's up to us. We need to challenge because we need to recognize these things without co-opting the idea. So that's something that's really important for us to consider as we work in very diverse landscape with diverse colleagues and people. So the other thing is, what I want to talk about very briefly towards the end, is that we often consider learning only what we can see. If we can see learning, we believe learning is happening. But what happens if we're not looking? What happens when a teacher is not present? What happens in that kind of non-formal space? The hidden curriculum that exists of compliance and control and silence, the architecture, routines and space that exists around us. These are the pedagogical tools that we have. We don't need to have only flash buildings and amazing setups. We have the whole environment around us as our pedagogical tool. Emotional and relational literacies that help us to develop something that's beyond just those traditional formal outcomes. And the final challenge, or a question that I wanted to tell you, is what values and worldviews are we implicitly teaching? And that's a challenge to us. What are we teaching? What are those values and worldviews? Because if I go very quickly back, just for a second here, these are the key challenges that we're really facing currently. How are we responding to them in the current times? How are we responding to them in a time of those sustainable global citizenship? Are we actually building it through the way we learn? Or are we part of the problem? Or are we part of the solution, to put it absolutely bluntly? So with that, I would like to say thank you and terima kasih. Thank you for allowing me to present, to have this kind of short presentation and provocation, and to enable future discussion. So terima kasih and thank you.
Okay. Sama-sama, kembali kasih. You're very welcome, Professor Mike. So I would like to invite some of the questions coming from the floor first. So for those who are in the Zoom room, you can actually raise your hand. But then probably I'm going to prioritize first coming from the room. Is there any question coming from the floor? Yes, we have one. Please kindly mention your name and then your university. Do we have a mic to help? Sir, could you please move forward over here so that Professor Marek Tasar could see you properly? Thank you. Okay, so Mike, please, thank you. Sorry. So you can see on that video, yeah.
Okay, I'm a bit anxious with this camera, so well, thank you, Professor Tarek. I am very grateful that you can share some of your insights. The way I see this is you talk about globalizations, and I'm not really sure about what you meant by globalizations is the same as what we see globalizations. We know that some of the people might see that globalization is like coming from your country, coming from great countries as America, European countries. But then you gave us a quite insightful and unique perspective that if we look at the bigger lens, there are some countries out there who see globalizations as something that come from Indonesia. So I think the first thing I want to point out is thank you for giving me like a unique perspective that we don't have to see globalization as something that comes from America or Australia, but globalization happens in our local place, like the physical place. So once we can see the way you see it, we can see that us, like our children nowadays, hasn't been exposed to globalization yet in terms like digital trend and everything, but then the children themselves has some kind of potential. So when you told us about we can gamify the learning as we have to, you can have the play-based learning, it got me thinking that I think that is the way we have to learn as an adult, obviously, because what I can see from children is that there is a quite big potential that something that we don't have as adults, which is curiosity, and it's unfortunately didn't come to talk about that because I'm sure that if all of us can see what we can see in children, we can see the purest potential which you have just presented. And the second one that I would like to point out is curiosity. So the point I'm trying to make, I'm not asking you questions. I'm just saying a gratitude. The second thing is I just want to applaud your point of view talking about early youth education because it keeps us thinking maybe we have to see the world as how the children see the world, like pure, without prejudice, without agenda, without intentions to do bad things. So that is the reactions that I get from your presentations. Thank you. The second thing that, if I may, I want to ask you questions. So a friend of mine gave these reactions when you talk about like colonizations as one of the factors or something we have to consider. And it got me thinking into this two views of seeing globalization. There is a soft view of soft approach and critical approach. Soft approach means we have to be strong by building the curriculum, by building our resilience. The critical approach talks about races, talks about colonizations, talks about what you just said, wars, talks about something very hard. So what I'm trying to ask you is, how do you see the globalization? Do you see it from the soft approaches, or do you see it from the critical approach, which talks about, the colonization? Because we know that most of the Asia-Pacific countries were at least colonized by, in the past, other countries. So how do you see globalizations? Do you do like a soft approach, or do you prefer like more critical approach to fixing the world's problem? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Sorry, my name is Rustian. Yes. Rustian.
Rustian.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you so much for
I'm
that.
from the Magister of Curriculum Development, UPI.
Okay, thank you so much for your comments and the question. So Professor Malik, your response is?
Oh, thank you so much, Rustian, for these wonderful questions and another example of an amazing colleagues and students that are at the UPI with a great summary and great question and great provocation. Well, first of all, I'm gonna try to answer it, take both your comment and the question together. I'm also not gonna answer your question directly because I, as a scholar, and don't like to be in a dichotomy either or. I think word is far more complex, and so it's a little bit of a both. But I would just say that I think you spot on what you were talking about, and that is that the globalization is often described sort of as it flows from outside. And it's often desired ideas and policies and markets and cultural forms. They enter a country like Indonesia, for example, from these powerful global centers, and it's sort of one directional. But there is a globalization from within that's really interests me, and that really highlight these internal processes by which any kind of society is really actively shaping and negotiating, resists, or transform some of those global forces, and that's what I try to say. So, emphasizing agency and local knowledge, is sort of way to really for people to interpret the global through their own cultural, political, and historical contexts. So that's what is really important. So when we talk about local reinterpretation of globalization, there's the global ideas and translated into educational reforms, curricula, technologies, and reshape them, hopefully, through those local tradition and values and social practices. I'm not arguing against globalization. I'm arguing for recognizing that it exists and how it translates and transforms within the local context. We, of course, have a hybrid forms of that. That mean mixing the global and local elements that create this kind of unique cultures and policies and identities. A colleague of mine often describes it as a culinary experiment where you have this kind of fusion food that sort of exists the same way global and local can enact something really exciting, something new, something unique. So globalization doesn't have to be necessarily seen as purely evil. It's about when it's done uncritically, to your point, the local can be very innovative element, and that's Indonesian approach, for example, can be extremely exciting when it takes some of those approaches and turns them into something really important, as long as it's negotiated with the local people. But there also, of course, needs to be some resistance and negotiations to uncritically just implementing just lift and shift approach never really works. And then there is this kind of everyday mundane globalization that happens, like, for example, through media and so on, and the daily practices that can happen, which is, of course, very different than what I'm talking about, the higher education or broader education systems and the way they are negotiated. So that's point number one. The point number two is that globalization from Indonesian perspective, the way it's sort of understanding is that Indonesia really offers a rich case because of the scale and diversity and post-colonial history and strong national identity. And that's really beautiful about Indonesia. And so it is something, it's not only what happens to a country, and I hate to think of that globalization just happens to Indonesia, in inverted commas, but it's something continually being reshaped from within. And that for me means that those global forces are sort of negotiated through the national identity that's been created. The national ideology, I think, is called Pancasila, do I remember correctly? I think you know what I'm talking about.
Pancasila, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Pancasila, that's right. That national ideology that sort of is created is sort of part of that globalization, but it linguistic unification, strong emphasis on unity in adversity, creating framework through which global ideas can be interpreted. So it's therefore filtered through this kind of commitments to national cohesion, religious plurality, cultural continuity. So it needs to be seen like that. So it's not such a clear-cut case. And then education, in particular, that's what I try to argue, is a side of that kind of global local negotiation. So Indonesia's been for years now engaged in a global education discourses, 21st century skills, assessment reforms, international benchmarkings, all your organization, like from LPDP to DICTI and all these other scholarship schemes that are allowing colleagues to go. But there is the trick is to maintain that attention to local philosophy, local culture, and local community needs. The newest curriculum reform is the curriculum Merdeka that sort of happened, yeah. So that's really emphasized, it's a really good example of emphasizing both the global competencies and those deeply localized learning. So that cultural hybridization is the key, not the homogenization. So that's what I would say. So and maybe I pause there for now. So but hopefully it helped to answer some of my thinking and the question around this.
Okay, so thank you so much, Mr. Lucian and Professor Marek, because actually coming from your discussion, I just remember part of your speech that I quote here, that we need different approach of reflecting and working together. So probably that is the most essential keys that we can do, probably just like academics, educators, and parents, because we need to involve them in matters of the educating itself. So, okay, so I would like to invite another question coming from the floor. Please do not forget to mention your name. So the lady over there, so could we have the mic? Should I stand here? Okay, so actually it should be fine because we have the videographer.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the chance. It is an honor for me to see Professor Marek Tesar. You are one of my, I'm searching a lot about you to be my supervisor, but it's unlucky for me because I saw on your website you're not opening for supervisor in School of Education of Melbourne. And then, let me introduce myself first. My name is Maria Susanti Mengesau. I am from Yogyakarta State University or Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. And then currently I'm the final moment of waiting for my thesis exam tomorrow, which is, and then still on preparation to find a potential supervisor in School of Melbourne, School of Education in Melbourne University. And then on these situations, I would like to share with you, maybe you can give me a recommendation about the research interest in School of Education, Melbourne University. I am focusing on teachers training in rural areas, which is some of the part in Indonesia's district or region. And then I saw that some of the teachers struggle with the development of digital tools because of the designing or the changes of curriculum in Indonesia for the past 78 years, which is starting from the 1947 until nowadays we have national curriculum. It's not curriculum Merdeka anymore. It's gonna be changed to be the national curriculum and combined it with deep learning. So on my research, I did research and development, which is building a website e-module for the teachers in rural area so they can study or learn about the student-centered learning, because we know the changes of the curriculum makes the change also from the teacher-centered learning to be the student-centered learning. And then I saw that on your presentation before you talk about what do children learn when we're not looking, and also valuing the local and indigenous knowledges. And then that was my concern also for the research proposal. Actually, I'm preparing the research proposal right now. I thought that you were coming here so I can have a discussion last with you, but it's okay through the Zoom also. It's a big chance for me also. And then my questions maybe, because I'm trying to reach 3 professors in School of Education Melbourne, and then maybe my research proposal is not goes to be their research interest, then I would asking you, do you also considering on talking about the philosophical inquiry into digital construction of childhood in Indonesia, early childhood education policy and practices? Because the differences policies in Melbourne or Australia or in Europe and Indonesia, it might be the considering with the changes of curriculum in Indonesia. And we know that Indonesia sometimes adapted some of the system or education policy from outside or abroad. Then it is any recommendation for you, from you that we know that some of the university and also the supervisor there, they were opening for the supervision, but including it should be like following the research interest. Then is it any key research interest in Melbourne University, specifically in School of Education, that might be an idea for us to build the research proposal to get the attraction from the Melbourne University, specifically on your department, Schools of Education, and talking about teachers training specifically for childhood education. So this is from me. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria, for that question, and greetings to beautiful city of Jogja. I will try to, and just being aware also of the time because I need to go down to a meeting. I just very briefly would say, well, with respect to your studies or anybody's studies, drop me an email and we can sort of discuss it. We can discuss it in another forum, so I can help you to address some of your questions around. But to answer, yes, we are one of the largest faculties of education in the world, and with very much all those areas that you described that we research and study. But I wanted to touch upon something else. I think it's really important to really consider something that I sort of recognized in your speech, and that was that there is something that I wanted to sort of mention, that sort of extension of what I talked about, but also connects both of those questions a little bit. And that is that you mentioned that you work in the rural areas, and I think that there is something that the power of communities that exist in our society, especially in Indonesia, are absolutely amazing. And and I often think of the globalization also in a sense how across Indonesian villages and islands and the small towns and cities, how we sort of live through those various things. And I just sort of speak just for 30 seconds about it, if I may. It's that remittances and migration, the digital connectivity that happens, the global religious networks that may exist, the informal economies that exist that is sort of as opposed to that kind of local one, the diaspora return flows, how people return back, the youth culture that sort of generates so much and carries those global vibes and that community-driven educational innovation. So these are these kind of everyday practices in the rural communities or smaller communities can reflect some of that bottom-up approach of that globalization that can be considered deeply Indonesian. Because I'm really concerned of thinking that words like globalization are taken at the face value as something extremely negative without being very critically thought about, because everything what happens in this world, especially in education, that's uncritical, that we do not question, that we do not tease, that we do not debate, that we do not take seriously, can become something highly problematic. On the other hand, if we take any kind of concept and very critically debate it, we can come with the very exciting and great answer. And so with that, I would like to thank you for all the questions and thank you for having me here. It's terima kasih. It's a great pleasure and great honor, and apologies I'm not there in person. Next time, definitely I'm going to be there in person.
Okay, looking
Thank
forward
you.
for that. Thank you so much. So good luck to you, Miss Maria. Please do not forget to send him the email that he asked. Actually, that would conclude our first session in this panel session. But then, Professor Marek, before you leave to attend another meeting, actually the committee will like to present you our appreciation certificate to present for Professor Marek. So, committee, do we have it here? So that is actually our appreciation post. So thank you so much, Professor Marek, for spending some
Terima
time.
kasih.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Looking forward to see you again here in Bandung or else in Indonesia. Okay. Good day to you. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move forward to our second session. So to begin our second session in our panel, I would like to kindly invite Professor Iro Tapani Ropo. So really sorry if I'm mistakenly pronouncing your name, Professor. So who has joined us all the way coming from Finland. Thank you, Professor. We are delighted to have you here with us. First, let me try to read your CV before. Wait. So Professor Hiro Ropo is actually now living in Finland. Am I correct, Professor Ropo? Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Have you ever been to Indonesia?
I have been maybe 20 times in Indonesia. I've been.
Okay.
I leaded a master degree program in Sumatra, Aceh, 10 years ago, and I've been working with UPI also during the last 5-6 years, developing a curriculum for climate change education.
Okay, so really great to hear that. So Professor Ropo, actually the time is yours. You will have 30 minutes to present and then followed by the question and answer. Professor Ropo.
Selamat pagi and terima kasih for inviting me here. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here with you this morning. My topic is rather complicated and difficult, but also at the same time very important. So when we are talking about education and current crisis that also Professor Marek mentioned, climate change and other things in his list, it is very important to have a kind of a resilient learning ecosystem, and I'm focusing here mainly to our experiences during COVID-19. I think that was a very alarming situation for the whole world, what can happen. But of course we have a lot of other things going on in the world which are maybe more alarming at the moment. I'm coming from this kind of city, Tampere. The university is located in the center of this picture, and also education building is one of those here. So the contents of this presentation, I'm highlighting a little bit about the risks which are globally noticed and informed by for us almost every day. Also, what happens to children worldwide. I think this is alarming statistics that we see from OECD and UNESCO reports. And then how to design resilient education systems. I think that is very important lesson for us. And then I'm sharing this Finnish COVID case study, what happened here and how we survived the COVID period, and then maybe a little bit about introducing toolkits that are necessary and important in learning ecosystems, and maybe also emphasizing those lessons that we learned during COVID, equity and well-being as central pillars of education. Okay, why do we need resilient learning ecosystems? This concept of resilience is rather new. I think it has been talked about resilience maybe last 10-15 years, but not earlier. Anyway, as you can see, we have major interruptions that are possible in education services. We have over 50 wars and conflicts going on at the moment in the world. Also in Europe, in Ukraine, which has waken up all the Western people, I think, because after the Second World War, this is the first big war, and we can watch it through videos, through news, every hour something happening, and some people are addicted even to looking and watching the news, and and some are closing their TVs and computers because it's really affecting their mental health. If you know everything that is happening, then we have extreme weather phenomena in Southeast Asia. There are a lot of those. I remember when I was in Aceh, we were taken to tsunami memorial, tsunami places, and it was really terrible what happened there. Health crisis, this pandemics, I think is also something that we woke up. Something can happen and we cannot control it. The earlier pandemics was 100 years ago, and I have some personal memories, not memories, but history in my family, because my grandmother died in the pandemic, 1918, and my mother was only 6 weeks old at that time. And of course we have accidents and human-caused crises, in industrial accidents, fires, all kind of things that can take place. And what is really alarming, I think, is the number of children affected by these conflicts and disaster zones. 1 out of 6 children worldwide live in conflict or disaster zones, and this is almost 500 million children. 23% according to UNICEF statistics. East Asia, Pacific region, including Malaysia and Indonesia, 50 million in this region, and Africa is really alarming area, because almost half of the children have been affected, and their education have been interrupted by conflicts or climate disasters. In Europe, 20%, and most of those are because of the war in Ukraine. I think when we are constructing some kind of learning ecosystems and resilient learning ecosystems, then we have 4 stages. We have to be prepared. We have to do something during the crisis. We have to do something after the crisis, and then we have to reform the system for the future. How should we prepare, and what is the risk management procedures? I think there are also certain stages like infrastructure reinforcement. If there are earthquake, flooding, landslides, whatever kind of environmental accidents, we have to construct buildings that withstand these local risks. In Finland, we don't really have extreme weather conditions, except cold weather, but we are used to that. It is like -5 right now outside, and a little bit snow, and of course we have a lot of insulation in the buildings, and that works. Then another big thing is this diverse learning environments. So we have to develop kind of at the moment we are talking about digital infrastructures, devices, cloud services, learning platforms, and also what is important, training teachers for the transition to distance learning. This was a big problem in Finland when schools closed during the COVID pandemic. Teachers were not used to teaching distantly, but I'm talking later about that. Then crisis plans and drills. I think this is quite common in areas which are at risk. So we prepare, and then resource assurance, that we have enough basic resources like water, food, first aid supplies, and even in Finland after the Ukraine war, we have to prepare for some kind of conflicts nowadays, and every family and every house has to have like 72 hours of basic supplies, food, water, and batteries, radio, and such things, that we can survive the first 72 hours. This is something new that our generation has not experienced and not thought about very clearly. And when something happens, then what is our response and learning continuity? I think the first thing is switching to distance learning, and when we have the technology and we have electricity, we have resources, then nowadays this works because we have enough technology for this. Alternative spaces. In Finland, we have resources and spaces to move the school. For instance, after fire or something like that, they can move in 2-3 days to temporary buildings located near enough for children to continue their education. But also in a more severe situations, when we have local crisis or national crisis, conflict, even war, we have to have shelters for the population. The lesson we learned during the Second World War was that every city, every apartment building has to have a shelter, and this kind of legislation is still existing in Finnish building regulations. So every big building, every city has shelters at least for 70-80% of the population. Flexible teaching arrangements. I think schools should be able to adjust their teaching, shortening lessons, emphasizing only the most important subjects, and in a crisis situation, or in such situation that we have to switch to distance learning, then the community, school community, is very important, so that teachers together and families together can design the best ways to work. And also this last point, psychological and psychosocial support. I think these disasters are always a massive psychological burden for people and teachers and students as well. And this support has to be there in a way or another or other. So at least in Finland, this kind of support was needed after the COVID, and still this kind of work is going on in the schools. And we learned that even this kind of crisis pandemic is not life-threatening for children. It is life-threatening for older people, and it was also affecting families, many families. This kind of support needed for mental health problems and loneliness and many students suffered because of the distance education arrangement started. They didn't meet anybody. They just stayed home. They were forced to stay home, and the connections with peers was very limited. Then after the recovery period, after the crisis, we have also problems in, for instance, in how to cover the learning gaps, how to know what has not been learned, organizing supplementary teaching and condensed programs, some kind of catch-up programs, and supporting return to school. Like Professor Marek talked about this examination-oriented and standardized educational culture in which measurement is very important. I think it was also alarming to find that, okay, in Finland, learning results declined according to PISA studies, but still Finland is not a testing system. We don't have any national standardized tests in schools, and everything is operated within the school by the teachers. It was politicians who were alarmed about the declining PISA results. Not that much teachers who knew their children and students much better. Okay, then I changed to the Finnish case. What happened in Finnish schools during and after the COVID started in 2020. This actually hit Finland in March 2020, and immediately schools were transiting to distance learning. Schools were closed 2 months in spring term, during the spring term, and the government declared a state of emergency. This also included that people from the most populated pandemic areas were not allowed to travel outside the Helsinki capital region to anywhere else in the country. This was something we couldn't imagine to happen in our society. the total closure was around 2 months, and then we realized that okay, schools are not the worst place spreading this pandemic. What was good was that Finnish schools were digitally pretty ready. System was already there. We had digital infrastructure, and teachers had quite high level digital competencies. So they had been using computers, laptops, and tablets in their classrooms, but not much applications related to distance learning. I think every one of us, even at the university, we had used Skype to have video conferences, but Zoom not, or other things were not that familiar, but pretty soon all these programs developed and were available. And it was also good that most basic education students had access to necessary digital devices, even at homes. There was internet connections at homes, and those were applied. However, we realized that it is not possible to close the school for all students. For instance, in early education and grades 1 through 3, students continued at school because they couldn't go to homes. Both parents are working, typically in Finnish system, and in some families, one of the parents were forced to stay at home with the children, and many of the older students who were actually studying at home, they were receiving special support by special teachers, special sessions for them, and also some of them stayed at school. And then also children of critical sector workers were continuing at school. So maybe 20% of the students still continued at the schools, although the rest of the students went distance and were supported by distance education. Then after 2 months, schools were opened again. So it's about 7 weeks long distant education period, and but still in later in that year, from August, when summer vacation was over, the local education providers, municipalities, could decide by themselves if they continue distant learning or if they invite students back to schools. So in those areas where COVID was more common, distant education still continued, and universities mostly followed distant education model the whole year. So people disappeared from the university buildings. All the lectures and practices that were possible, they were delivered distantly. In teacher education, we still had this this problem of teacher practice. Some of the teacher practice for student teachers were done distantly, but then we realized that this is not the best way to teach teachers, and then lower and primary teacher students, they continued practicing at the schools, giving some extra hours for lesson hours for those students who needed help with learning difficulties or social problems or whatever the problems were. Not that much classroom direct teaching practices. Okay, key findings of the closure and challenges that we had. I think that one of the challenges was this equity and well-being. Some students did not have computers at school, at homes, and so schools loaned computers to be taken at home. Internet connection was not working. In Finland, we provide also free lunch for all children in schools, and the problem was that families of those students staying at home should have provided the lunches by themselves, and families started complaining that there's no food, we don't have money to buy extra lunches, and so schools started to deliver lunch packages for those children who were actually working at home. Equity gaps, we realized that this period of remote learning really weakened equality of education. Those students who struggled at school, they struggled more in distant learning, and they learned less than their peers. It was sometimes very difficult for children to change to distant learning periods at homes. They were addicted to cell phones, playing games, doing something else than studying, and in many parents, in many families, one of the parents had to start acting as a kind of substitute teachers for their children, and that was also criticized, that they have to stay away from work and teach their children math and science and whatever languages which they could not study alone. Again, also it was not only problems with the children, but also teachers' workload and stress increased. This was found in empirical studies. Student engagement decreased, and it had really negative impacts on mental health and well-being of both students and staff. And we also realized that contact teaching has a value in education. These face-to-face situations enabled children to communicate each other, to talk to adult, to teacher, and these social factors and social social things happening in the classroom situation are also very important for growing young people. So, in summary, we can say that in Finland we have traditionally trusted children, not children also, but teachers, and teacher autonomy is really important. So main decisions are made by the teachers, and teachers are autonomous professionals in this system. They also decide about the exams and the teaching methods and also contents and materials. So this was very good thing during the crisis. Teachers were used to making autonomous decisions. And then we had existing digital infrastructure, and also this flexibility of the decentralized system. We have school-based curricula, so it was possible for schools to decide what to do with the curriculum and materials, and how to adjust into this crisis situation. In the long term, we could see that learning results decreased in math and science actually in all Nordic countries, not only in Finland. So the PISA results were lower in 2022 than 2018. Student well-being declined, but unequally. So some students suffered more than others, and we can say that recovery is still going on. I can see that also at the university, that some students still prefer staying at home. We are trying to invite them back to the campus, but this is not that easy to do. So the community structure disappears in a way, and it has these negative results. How do we prepare for the future? This is very important thing. I think what we learned in Finland, digital leap and pedagogical changes, this happened. Now we are also using this blended model, blended learning model, something digitally, something face-to-face, and we are trying to keep some kind of readiness to a new crisis or situation in which we have to change to distant education. What is important, I think we have to focus on well-being and equity gaps. It was really important to notice that this kind of result was due to distant education. So we have been strengthening and increasing student welfare services. There are more school psychologists, social and youth workers. Actually, youth workers are new group of people, of staff at the schools. They are taking care of break time activities and after school activities. And also addressing learning gaps and individual learning difficulties. So we have added teaching assistants to classroom. We have added special education resources, especially for the lower grades, and also developing school architecture to provide some kind of small group rooms near to classrooms, so that teaching staff can move with individual students who need help into these small group rooms easily, and then come back after the sessions there are closing. Also, the value of contact teaching. I think this was found that we need this kind of contact teaching. It is important. Social interaction and conversation is important, and like I want to always emphasize that the essence of curriculum and teaching is this complex conversation. Somehow the world is so complex and our problems are complex, so we have to admit that complexity is part of educational conversations.
Okay,
So all the
Professor
digital,
Professor Oppo,
Yeah.
very sorry. So you probably the time is almost up. Probably you can make it some insight notes for us here
Okay,
in
yeah.
Indonesia. Thank you. Sorry for
Yeah.
that.
yeah. Okay. Anyway, these are the we made some legislative changes also, but current situation is pretty good in Finnish classrooms. And so the last slide is here. So we need this kind of resilient learning ecosystems. But this is not easy to achieve, so we need innovation and technology and also pedagogy that is critical for doing this technology to work. Okay, terima kasih and thank you for this.
Okay, thank you so much. Please give Professor Oppo a very big round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite some of the questions coming from the floor or in the Zoom room, if you have any. Okay, so we have two. Okay, could we have the mic? The first one is the gentleman at the back, and then the second one is the lady in front.
Thank you. Introduce, my name is Dimas Saputra. I'm from Library and Information Science Study Program, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I want to ask Prof, this is the question maybe from my concern and my curiosity about adoption of AI in education, Prof. So we know that in this era, not only the technical learning, like a digital learning again, this shifted into an AI learning. So they call this is AI learning. So some we learn not only from distance, but we learn also from AI. So this is the fun fact that I have concern, because AI, we know that AI is simulate the human intelligence, but also we also learn from AI. So this has a duality, like we know that AI give us an opportunity, give us new services, give us an efficiency, but in other side, AI have challenges like ethics and policies. That I want to ask is about your perspective in AI, about AI in education, about your perspective. What's your perspective about AI adoption in education, especially on a K-12 context, on the schools? Because we know in universities there are many research about AI adoption, but in K-12 context, there's barely touch about AI adoption. So I want to know about your perspective, and I want to know how in Finland the curriculum round in this digital AI era. So that's all my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very important question. I think we are all struggling with this question, how to react to AI, and what to think about AI in education context. And at the university right now, we are struggling with the student papers written by the assistance of AI programs, and I have a feeling, and I think I share this with many other people, that we cannot avoid AI anymore. It is coming very fast into also education institutions. What I'm worried about is that AI is kind of it is giving us sometimes very good answers. It gives us very good summaries of big problems, and it clarifies things, difficult things. But for learning purposes, it is not very good because it gives the answers, and usually when we are thinking about learning, we all understand that learning is not a fast process. It is a very slow process, and we have to, like we think about learning process, we adopt so-called pedagogical models in which we understand cognitively, first in a very simple way, some phenomena, and little by little it becomes more complicated and more profound understanding of the phenomena, and it is important for young people and even older people to understand that the whole process of learning difficult things by yourself, by your own brain, by doing things and learning little by little the complicated issues. So I don't think it is very good way to use AI to process the answers and responses to difficult questions just with AI without any critical analysis of what is this AI really telling me about the issue. I think we don't have a final answer to this issue. What to do with the AI? It comes. We are using. Everyone is using it, but and there are these AI solutions, thousands and thousands right now, and more coming up. It will help, I'm sure, but how to understand its role in education, we need to discuss together a lot before we have an answer.
Okay, so
Okay. Yeah.
hope that will satisfy you. Professor Ropo, I know that actually our time is up, but then we still have one participant who would like to raise a question. Would that be okay for you?
Okay.
Okay, so please. Yes.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for the time, Professor, for the insightful presentation. Let me introduce myself. My name's Aulia Watlim, and I'm majoring psychology in education, magister in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. So, I want to ask about the current implementation of inclusive school. So where students with disabilities and normal students can learn together at the same school. And I have a case actually from students with intellectual disabilities who comes to school only to play around or he only have their own world. So the school and the counselor have tried a very techniques or ways to help these students develop his potential, but however, the results still not satisfying because they just play around. So the counselor already asked the parents to maybe transfer him to the special school, but the family refused that because they believe that their kids can still adapt with the current environment. So as a result, the school just allowed this kid play around, just like I said before, as long as at least these students have enthusiasm to go to school every day, and that's enough. So they just focus on that thing. Just at least they want to go to school. So my questions, from your perspective, is it okay if just let the students only have goal, just go to school only for that one, and forget about the potential of this kid have? Or do you think if the school doesn't have proper facilities, just like digital or something to support this disabilities kid, I think it will be better if from the first place the school didn't accept these children? Or what do you think from your perspective about it, especially in your country, how you see these disability students, especially in their intellectual? I want to know from your perspective. Maybe I can get tips or tricks for that one, because in this environment, I think the disability students still, way back, more behind. I mean, how to treat them well. Maybe that's all for my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this question, which is internationally important. I remember when Indonesian teachers, our master degree students, stayed 5 weeks from Aceh to Tampere and visited schools and observed classrooms in Finnish schools. One of the students, Indonesian students, stated that it is amazing how well Finnish teachers accept their students as they are. We have the same problem. We have a lot of integrated students who are staying in the classrooms, in the schools. We have maybe two solutions. One is based on legislation which allows us to make individual curricula for students having learning difficulties. This individual curricula is based on the abilities and talents of the individual student. What is possible for him or her, and so in the school context, it is the teaching is in a way situated in the students' personal situation. This is one part. But then practically, what happens in schools is that we don't transfer students out from the school very easily. It's only very exceptional thing. If there are serious mental problems, then we have hospital schools. But most of the problematic, in a way, students having learning difficulties or social problems, they are moved to a small group education. So there are special teachers, special classroom teachers, who have maybe a group of 5 to 10 students, having extra adult there, and I know what happens because my sister is one of those special classroom teachers having this kind of small group education. It is a struggle, I can say. It is not an easy job. It is a very difficult job because children are just like you described and told. They are not interested. They are not motivated. They have home and social problems. So I think in those situations, teachers focus on basic skills, reading, writing, arithmetic, as we say, providing them with the basic skills they would need in further education. They lack a lot of learning. They have a lot of learning gaps, but I think the main thing is to provide them identity and self-confidence to continue in their life, and the results are encouraging. Like my sister who was there told that one of the days one 18-year-old young man appeared in her classroom and told that I wouldn't be here without this teacher, referring to my sister, that she educated me. This boy was in the vocational education, having a lot of problems in the basic education. I think we have to be positive. What happens, it is encouraging, and we have to keep the hope with the students. It will be rewarding, I'm sure.
Okay, so thank you so much, Professor Ropo, for your insightful answer and very heartwarming, actually. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude our panel session. So, Professor Tesar highlighted the importance of having different approaches of reflecting and working together, which will empower teachers, parents, and children as learners to become sustainable global citizens. And then Professor Ropo just now emphasized human-centered, resilient learning ecosystem supported by thoughtful technology integration. So together, their insight frame a comprehensive vision for the future of the education itself, which is innovative, ethical, global, sustainable, and deeply human. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again in thanking Professor Iro Tapaniropo for his insightful and forward-thinking presentation. We have a certificate for you, Professor Ropo, so probably the committee would like to show us. So thank you so much, Professor, again, for your contribution. Have a very nice day for you.
Ya, terima kasih.
Terima
Thank
kasih,
you very much.
sama-sama. Selamat siang. On behalf of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia and Universiti Pendidikan Sultan Idris, I will extend our highest appreciation to both keynote speakers. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. I should hand over back to the Master of Ceremony, Bunda Ipa. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big warm round of applause to our amazing panelists, Professor Ropo and Professor Tesar, and of course to our fantastic moderator, Dr. Lita Anggorwati, for keeping everything flowing so smoothly. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, if today's discussion made your head feel pleasantly full, don't worry. That's just your knowledge upgrading itself to premium. So thank you for joining our panel session this morning. We will now break for lunch. Participants may enjoy lunch at the restaurant on the first floor. And afterward, we will continue with the parallel session according to the schedule in your program booklet. But you may find your assigned room by scanning the QR code on your participant card. And the committee also prepare a special photo booth area outside this ballroom. So please stop by, take your photo, and receive the printed copy immediately. For prayer facilities, we have two musola location, one on the second floor and another on the seventh floor. And additionally, the mosque is located near the motorcycle parking area. So now to end our program, since this morning I have a refreshing pantun, singgah minum di tepi telaga, air jernih menyejukkan jiwa. Ilmu bertambah, hati pun bahagia, jumpa lagi di Malaysia. So before we close, may I invite everyone to recite Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you very much for your enthusiasm. Enjoy your lunch, enjoy the company, and see you in the afternoon session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.